All right. Today's a new day. Let me first make sure something is set. Perfect. All right. So we're gonna continue building out this account setting page. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Yesterday we implemented a UI, a UX design, basically outlining where things will go, how things, how I envision things will be laid out. There's a few components or a few input field types not implemented in my form builder yet. For instance, the checkbox and radio buttons. So I'm gonna go ahead and start implementing those custom input fields in my form builder so we could reuse them throughout the app. But so far we did get the company information situated. I do believe I'm gonna add another field. I'm gonna probably move this email field to the right here and add a business name. And I think we'll just complete this overall page today and the backend actions as well. Hook the form events to some sort of state management, and then upon submission, send the data to the backend API endpoints and update the user account accordingly. And I think that's what we're gonna do today. Yeah, so let's get started. First things first, we'll just jump right into our form builder and implement that new field. So it should simply be a checkbox. I would assume radio boxes will be a little bit different because we kind of have to group them up. So we would have to probably implement that as well. But I think I'll hold off on that until we actually have a use case for a radio option. And then we'll implement it when we need to. And I might not even do a radio option. I may make a toggle option. Because I think it presents a lot better than two radio buttons. All right. Else if, select input. I mean, we're kind of at a point where we may want to consider using a match for these field types. Let me just do some reconnaissance real quick. I mean, we could either use a match guard, which looks like we could reference a value and then reference a string within that value. But that just looks a bit too much for what we need it for. I mean, I think this is possible. Let's see. Match. First. Closure. Checkbox. Just want to make sure we're covered. So I just need checkbox, name, and ID. Okay, so I wouldn't really have to change that. We could just set that accordingly here. I think I'm going to do something. I'm going to future-proof this. I'm going to create an enumerator. Let's just first make sure I don't have something that's going to conflict with the label I'm going to use. Nope. So I think we should be good. So it's more of field type. Alright, and we're gonna deal with text. Alright, hidden. What are we currently using? Alright, so we're currently using a select. Select input text area. Okay. So go ahead and implement all those guys. Select radio checkbox. Right. And then we'll do field type. Match self. Then this should provide me that. And I should just be able to return a string. Alright, so it's gonna be basic text. Oh, I probably also need to add password. Okay. Password. Cool. All right, we'll go back here just so we can see it. We're just trying to normalize the type so we could streamline this by using an enumerator rather than always typing a string. We could piggyback off our LSP to autocomplete for us just to make things a little bit easier while we're working with this form builder or building forms in general. Radio. I think radio is just simply radio, and I believe there's, if I recall, I think the name is what identifies the group. Let me just make sure. put radio ID. I really do. Yeah, no, the name is what identifies the group, and the value is what identifies the value. Okay. And then you could just simply use checked. All right, so nothing really changes. We'll just make sure we specify the radio as the type. And then checkbox, same thing. Yeah. Just make sure we're using the right identifier. And then hidden. And that's dedicated for hidden values. All right, you are right. This should be returning a static string. Oh, I forgot to add it here. So, in that case, what we'll do we should be able to use the numerator and then just use into to actually convert it to the identifier we need to get this going. We kind of need it to be normalized in this manner, just because, you know, we need to normalize the data types, essentially. Data we're ingesting and outputting. There's a few things that we're doing within our serialization that will go ahead and normalize it into a string, and then push that value into our state accordingly. Yeah, since we're trying to like make this really dynamic, you know, Rust has typing restriction, which it requires to know the type of something beforehand, and to go around that is we just normalize the data just so we could input a diverse data set, I guess. Okay, so now we could go ahead and clean this up. Select text area. Cool. The majority of the inputs are just standard input fields, so we don't really have to worry about creating anything here. The only ones that are different are select fields and text area fields. They have different tags. And then field type. All right, we're formatting this as the first guy. This is still valid. We don't have to touch that. Field type. That's good. Looks good to me. Okay. I probably do want to make a custom style for our radio button, because I don't want it to look like the standard radio button. And the way we'll do that is we'll just create one directly within our, oh crap, not that. We'll create one directly in our setting HTML, and then just copy and paste that directly in our form builder and restructure accordingly to our needs within that context. So we'll do it here. So really, it'll be a div. So upon click, I know we're gonna need a label. Right, we're gonna need a for, and this will just be the input ID, whatever we specify. Okay, and we'll just make an input. Type, checkbox, name. This will be checkbox ID, and ID will be checkbox ID. Just keep things similar. So what we're doing is, all right, so we're actually gonna yank this guy, put this above here, because our CSS, we could kind of use the sequential elements, the one that falls right afterwards, if the box is checked, and then we could change the style of that, and that could essentially change how that appears. So we want our label and our checkbox, so we'll essentially wrap our desired break DOM within it, so if they click anywhere on it, it'll just toggle the checkbox. So and I think I'll just use a span for the text. Then all right, so we need to go to materials, symbol, search. gonna use a small checkbox. Right. And then this will be just the label. And that'll be the label right there. And I think that's good. I think that's good to go. So this will be a field wrapper, just to keep things similar to what we already have situated. All right, I think that's good. So all we're missing is the CSS that will manage that. Perfect. So once that gets loaded in, we'll begin. It should load right underneath our notification section. Yep. Pop this out just so I wonder. Let me see, border. Yeah, see, you can't really style that, so I have to kind of do some magic here. So what we'll do is we'll bring up our CSS. We'll mark that field wrapper. Yeah, this is the section we need. Perfect. All right, so we're dealing with a field wrapper. This is going to be going to be an input type checkbox. All right, first things first, this is going to be display. We'll do apply, none, actually hidden. And that should be good enough. We'll yank this guy. Oof, oh, almost sneezed. Oh boy. All right, and this will be plus label, right? Label. Our label is, all right, div, we'll just say checkbox, And then we'll just make this, you know, what does our design call for? We currently have it as 25 by 25, so we'll just replicate that. 25 pixels, height 25 pixels, and then our background BG white. I know we have a border there, a subtle border, just to create some sort of contrast, and we're using that guy. So I'm gonna make it 1 pixel. Unfortunately, Tailwind doesn't have that option for 1 pixel, so we actually have to use JIT to force it. Border, and then we'll add our color there. And this will be the default unchecked version. Okay. I think what I can do too is, what color is this? I believe we are using this color. Let me just make sure. Nope, we're not. All right, and I like that color too. We'll keep it. All right, that should be good. All right, we'll yank this guy. Paste this guy here, and then this will be checked, right? Oh. So I may also want to do this. I think it's a span, so we'll just say span. And it's going to be hidden. This right here is the icon, so we're essentially just hiding the icon if it's not checked, and then when it is checked, we'll display it. BG, we're gonna use purple. And that's about it. That's the only thing that should change. And we also want to add our checkbox states once checked. All right. And this is just gonna be a simple I think we could just use block. Yeah. Just simply use block. All right, that's good. And let's, you know what, let's also add a duration there. Our text should be our desired color. Default unchecked version should be white with a subtly gray border. Upon checking, it should change the background of that checkbox div to purple. I'm also missing border radius. What's the border radius here? We're just simply using 5, so we'll do the same thing here. Rounded. 5 pixels. Cursor pointer. That's white. Yeah, space between is still active. I don't think it's compiling properly, because I set that already. Yeah, there we go. This. Oh. Why is this span yellow and the other ones are not? I don't see anything wrong there. Let's see, maybe I'm... Oh. Really? Why are you outside? Oh. Got you. So there's something. So we gotta make sure that we're not targeting this guy. So let's just make sure. So it's the absolute child of field wrapper, so we could just add that guy there. And that should cover that rule. That seems like something we have to recompile for, or retranspile. There we go. So now that looks pretty decent. So what we need to do next is basically make sure our label has a flex layout and add some margin, center, center. Probably don't need this. Yeah, that's fine. So we're working with label, right? So we'll just add that here. Flex, items, center, and we could probably get away with a gap. I don't know if it's gap 1 or, let's see. Gap 1. This goes to 2. I think 2 will be fine though. Yeah, that looks perfectly fine. And I think I'm also going to remove selection. Yeah, selecting looks ugly, so clean that up a bit. Yeah, that looks much better. All right, and that's how our custom checkbox will look. Spruced it up a little bit with some CSS. We just have to bring that into our form. Which we will do. Mark that file. Perfect. All right, I'm actually gonna paste this in here just so I have it in here and I can reference it quickly, but we'll comment that guy out. Okay, so the input's going to stay the same. The field type is just going to pass through, but now we're using our numerator. Label should be fine. We'll be able to set that. Required will probably be an optional field, but the user can enter it. It just won't do anything. All right, so yeah, we're gonna have to add one more guy here. We'll just copy the last branch. Right, and this will be else if field type. I mean, we could technically start using our checkbox and 2. Damn, I did it again. It won't look like that for long, so we could kind of This is going to be the ID. I think we can simply use key. Yeah, we're gonna have to format it. So that goes there. Icon. We're just using this guy. We could remove this. So we're gonna get let's just escape these guys so they don't bug us anymore. This is fine. I could remove this. This is gonna be another label. So input Sakanati. How's everything? I don't know how to pronounce your name, sorry. So we're gonna have to bring in our identifier and then our label, which that's that. I'm not 100% certain what our identifier is, which appears to be field type. It appears to be key. So we'll do the same thing. I wonder if I may have to borrow it up here and then reference it down there. That should be good. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that covers it. I think that will give us what we needed to give us. Label for key, which key should be used for both name and ID. What I will do though is add ID here. Should I? I think foreign name is fine. All right. All right, now let's test this out. Let's build out our notification form. So we're looking at I probably should create this. Let me yank this. I'm gonna be reusing this guy. Actually, yeah, I'll set that up after. So let's try to mimic what we have in our XD. So I have marketing, form fields, billing, new submissions, and updates and new features. Okay. So we'll just label this updates, features. This one will be billing. And I could have just left marketing. Perfect. And that should be good. So we're gonna use notifications. Right, and we'll just let Russ handle that. Handle filling out those things. That's a strange one. So marketing will be form fields. I'm literally just gonna copy the insides of this. It's not what I wanted. The frick. I hate that it always like copies the selected text after the fact. Probably don't know a shortcut that would just simply paste it without copying. So icon is preferred. So we're looking at 33 because I want 3 columns. Or you know what? Let's make it 33. And then will be marketing, value, yes, we'll just use all. Actually, no. That's fine. This is going to be checkbox. Everything else is fine. So let me actually just F it. That's fine. Then this is 4, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. And there we go. And now I'm just gonna copy this guy. This can be featured form, notification form. It's gonna be vacation. All right, we're then just gonna yank this guy. All right, and it'll be notification. Okay. We'll yank this guy and we'll put this right underneath here. I just added you. Oh, duh. Okay, and that should auto-generate our form fields. Let's hope. Yep, there we go. We'll go ahead and remove our template. All right. Cool. All right, so now we have that. Something's happening because it's not checking. I have a feeling the input is not in the right position. It should be on the top of it. Let's see. Input marketing. It seems right. Field wrapper. Let's go to our CSS real quick. Field wrapper. Input type. Yep. Label. and everything else is the same. I wonder if because we're passing a value, it's causing it. I mean, we could test it out. Nope. Let's bring it up. Okay. So I kind of need the ID there because that's kind of what drives the for option. All right. So we're gonna have to add it. That's unfortunate. Because I run into an issue now where there could be fields within the form that have matching identifiers. So I kind of need to auto-generate an ID per form field, which shouldn't be an issue, actually. Let's clean this up. What we'll do is we have access to the key here, and we kind of field ID. We'll say UID, and then we'll use our utility random ID and then provide a prefix, which will be the key, right? We'll say formats, right? Will be that, and then we'll pass it the key. Expect a string. Found string, yep. A string. Right. So with that said, that should now give me a unique identifier. That's not what I want. I want that. Okay. Right. And then we'll add it right here. Build UID. We'll yank that. I mean, I don't need to borrow anymore. It should be the last instance. I can say the same for the key. So let me... I just lost where I was. Where am I? Right here. So I don't need to borrow you anymore. There we go. So yeah, that resolved that issue. So now we have unique identifiers for all our fields. We're just generating a random integer at the end. It could be anywhere from 1 digit to, I believe, like 1,000,000. So that's good. And we're using the name as the means to identify the form itself, the form field value. Cool. These fields do look a bit bigger in the user design, so I might actually increase them a little. They also don't feel like evenly spaced. Oh, I see what's going on. I'm adding 2% right here. Got you. Okay. Alright, that should be fine. Welcome to chat and to the stream scope. I don't earn nothing. I just started. I'm no big streamer. I do this merely for fun. I enjoy programming, and I thought other people might too. I also play some good tunes, so. I also think I need some air between these fields. And by air, I mean a little bit more space. They feel like they're on top of each other. Currently using gap 3. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, I need some air, and I want to make these guys a bit bigger. They look a bit small. They look a bit anorexic. So we'll just adjust that real quick and we should be good. I feel like just bumping it up by 10. Oh, you're just saying that because you haven't seen the rest of my app. There's a lot of obscurities in my code. And then we'll do a quick little Justify center. Items align center. And that should put the arrows in the middle. Oh. Why aren't you saving? Oh crap, I put that in the wrong place. Crap. You should go here. There we go. And I think that could probably increase in size. Let's see what I'm looking at. About 40 pixels. Perfect. Cool. All right. So that looks a little better. Yeah, I'm good with that. And now we do our password field, which we can actually yank from an existing form field we just created. It has all our validation ready, so we don't have to reinvent that wheel. That is in our marketing website. Get started. Right here. I'm gonna call this password security. And then we'll just simply remove these two. Perfect. And that should essentially stay the same. We do need to introduce our width. And this will be, I believe we used 48 on our other one. Okay. That should be good. We don't want a button here. We're going to be creating our own hook events there. And then we'll just create this guy. We will import this guy. Password security form. Password security. And then we'll yank this guy. Cool. So now we should have our form here. Perfect. I click save multiple times there. Cool. All right. Actually, was pretty cool how that just worked. Margin bottom 5, keep things uniform. Cool. So that's pretty much it. Things are matching. There's a bit more spacing in my design, but nothing a few adjustments can't handle. 6. Sir, anything? No, I think that's fine. No, let's add 6 there too. Oh, does 6 not exist? Oh, it looks like that because that has a little bit more spacing. Margin bottom. All right. So with that said, it may make sense just to reduce this back to 4 because it just looks a little bit off. And it looks like there's too much padding going on that section, on the notification section. Alright, for now this is good. For now this is good for sure. So let's put back 6 here. And now we'll just start implementing our on-change events. Still a bit more padding here than anywhere else. Yeah, that looks perfect. Okay. Padding top. $70. And then I think I'll do 40 here. we go. It should be fine. We'll just remove this guy. This is not needed. I wish I could just repeatedly push that button. So where's my lights? My lights form. Right here, okay. It's gonna be overflow. Y scroll. Y scroll. Y scroll. I already don't like what I'm doing here. We're going to remove this padding from the top. Remove this absolute from the top. There's no need for that. Padding around 30, that's fine. This should bring back the scroll down to where it's actually needed. Yeah. So we got that situated. I think changing this to 10 rather than 50 will be a bit more universal. Yeah, I'm fine with that right there. We can make this a little bit more prettier. If we initiate the scroll, there'll be a subtle like shadow. So there's some division between this section and the content section. But we'll spruce it up a little later on. I'm just gonna focus on the actual functionality now and the events. but that should be good. Let's go back to settings. This is perfect. So we have to go to password form on change. Just to make sure I'm setting this up right, we could just simply copy this guy. Oh, that's right, I can do that. I might do that, yeah. I'm definitely gonna do that. I forgot. I'm gonna copy the last thing I wrote. I still don't know what type of data I'm passing. So I'm going to, on form change, gonna put this. It's probably gonna break or scream at me because it's probably not the right type, but it'll tell me what the type is. So we could just do on form change. That should be fine. It really should be an event, a standard event actually. So let's actually update that. Event, and it's did they add new ones? I'm gonna say keyboard event. No, it's a form event. On copy, on show, on end. We'll just keep that guy. Okay. On change, yeah, you see? It's giving me something. expected. Not really what I want. But the form validator should include the form that the current field value. Let's go here. Let's go to form validator. That's unfortunate. That means I'm gonna have to rework that. What are we looking at? All right, we need to add our updates method here, which we could simply just do by implementing defaults, guys, and here we go. So we'll just do a quick little match on our messages, auto generate all our arms. And then this will be validator. And then we'll just add a log for now just to see what we're pulling in. I think I may add an additional property there with the current field value, because we're already passing the identifier. We just don't have the value. I knew that was going to be an issue. Oh no, that's fine. I'll resolve that. That's a templating issue. What? Oh, I have to change that. I think I added that to prevent unwanted, like, logic from running. I mean, the password is working. Yeah. Let's see what we're doing. We're omitting the on-change events. Yeah, this is where we're doing it. And then we're doing this. On blur. We're emulating the on blur events. We're hydrating here. Where are you? On key up. On key up, we're doing this. All right. I don't want to trigger too many events and too many useless events. I just want to trigger events that make the most sense. I mean, if there's a way I can consolidate each form value. Oh, I can. I believe I can. I believe I have a custom method here that does it. So we did associate an on-submit action, but we've disabled the on-submit buttons. So we kind of need a way to simulate on-submit. We could simulate the on-submit event. We could hook into what we already have created and just consolidate all the form data into one object. All right. Yeah, we could definitely do that. Now just to figure out what we could hook into. I mean, I can technically create a service, a form service. Form builder. If I could associate the form object here, I could most likely dispatch an event directly to it, or just add a method within here that would trigger submits. Okay. Say submit, so has to be in the same context, so we'll do that. So upon building our object here, we build the form. So we need to build a virtual DOM. I mean, is it under U that does that? I believe it is. Let's see, VDOM or vNode. Or maybe it's WebSys. vNode. Yeah. So if we create a virtual node, we're kind of doing that already. We're doing that, where are we? We're setting that up here. And we're building our node vector here. And we're doing so by creating the elements. In our case, we could just query our elements. And then just kind of mimic what we're doing here. So the only lines I really care about is these two. Yeah, that's fair. And then under here, we'll paste this here. Yeah, we're using the ID. Perfect. So we'll use that. We're not appending anything or changing the ID in any way, so we could do that. We will have to reference it here when creating it, and then use it here. Let's bring this guy down. It has to exist because we just built the form right here. Well, we're not really building a DOM at this point. So that's probably not where we want to build this. Probably want to build it when we instantiate the HTML. And then we'll set it. So form elements none. We'll make an option. And I'm going to yank this. What the hell is this? It's called the bubble song. That's funny. Or you know what we could even do? We could do one better and literally just query it here on submit. So this will be self. Right, because at this point it should already be built and we don't have to really construct it in any way beforehand. I know it's going to exist here, but we'll make it a little bit more safer. All right. This is totally fine. Yeah, I don't even need to do this. I could literally do let's save it. Oh, my fault. This expression has type element. Oh, I'm unwrapping it. My fault. We don't want to unwrap it. Okay. Dynamically into HTML form element. If it's here, form element right there. Unwrap. That should be fine. And now I should be able to submit. And then this will trigger the on submit and then push all the objects to our state. Perfect. Cool. So now we come here. It's going to be a focus event. It's going to be a focus event. And we're going to change this to submit. All right. Right, we'll change this. Right, and then we're just going to say event here. Alright, that should be fine. We need to change the message real quick. Oh no, I already did it. Cool. Oh, I didn't change you. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, be right back.
And I'm back. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're simply going to add on-click events to this button. So that will be that on settings. We're gonna use CTX link send. We'll just use a callback, and this will be message on update settings. And then this will just trigger our consolidation action. So we'll just trigger submit on all our forms, and then have our on form submits update our state object with all the appropriate values, all the updated values, and then we send it off to our endpoints to get updated. And that should be good. We don't need to pass anything. We just need to kind of trigger it. But I think it will require a focus event as well. So might as well add that. So we can just simply yank this on update settings. So that should be fine. And we should be able to simply on update settings as that, and that should be able to do the job. On click, I may be wrong. It may not be. It may be a mouse event because it's an on click, but it'll scream at us regardless. So I'm not really worried. Yeah, we'll get the appropriate type now. Just say something right now. If it's wrong, and I think it just did. Where are we? Oh yeah, that's right. I don't need to add that no more. I don't need a reference. Well, that would have broken anyways. I don't need to reference that anymore. Expected. Yeah, mouse events. Knew it. All right. Mouse events. There we go. And that should resolve that issue. Hopefully. Looks like it did. All right, so we'll just populate this with some randomness. All right. Well, it won't matter right now, but we are getting triggered. What we will do is we'll do self submit, yank that, password security form, DB notification form, and then our on form submit should trigger. So that didn't save. Did I not save this? Something's not being triggered. Let's do a log here. Form events. And we'll do elements as well. Okay. So we're not getting triggered here. Oh. It's already an ID. I don't need to pass it a pound. So that's why that's happening. What's up, potato? There we go. Now we're triggering all our individual forms, and that should now be able to push our values to where we're needed. I created a cool little utility tool to transform that form event into a JSON. So we could simply use data, form data, pass it the events, and we need the fields. All right, so I guess we'll use, we'll say fields for now. Pass data. So that means we're gonna have to make this an actual function. This is gonna be message. Right, we're gonna do that. Focus events. Company fields key. I know I have a method in there that gets me all my fields for my form. So let me just make sure. Gotcha, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's just fields. That's fine with me. Company. Form submits. Yep. And this is going to be a vector of strings. That should be good. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this. Password security form. And then we'll do this guy right here. DB, yeah. Notification form. Oh, got you. So I'm gonna have to do that over here. All right. I don't think I need to clone this here, so we'll leave that as is. We just need to clone it when we bring it inside. Nope. Outlives the current function, but it borrows. I'm doing this already. Why aren't you? I see why. I'm gonna have to clone it again inside and then pass it in, because I'm passing it into a callback and then into another callback. So the ownership is not valid. I mean, might as well just bring this in, honestly. Might as well. Might as well. So all we have to do is data, just change the type. Company info fields, that should be good enough. We do have to change this though. And this will be, I think it's a basic hash map. So it's gonna be hash map. It's not multi-dimensional, so map, bring. I believe that's what it is. So we'll go ahead and copy what we already have here. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So notification form. Oh boy. Form. Am I dropping frames? I feel like I'm dropping frames. Yep, hash map, string of string, that's valid. We should now be getting our field data here. We don't need this anymore. This should be data. Data, there we go. Where's the error? Up here? Field key. Passive security field, clone. What are we talking about? I mean, at this point, I don't need a pass event because I'm already passing the data. Yeah, I think that's valid. Am I still missing something? Oh, down here. Got you. I could probably also pass it like a form key. So when I receive the data, I could kind of deserialize it if I need to. You're still breaking? It's borrowed here. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense because I'm doing it right here. Oh, I forgot the move. Damn it. It's always the small things, I swear. Always the small things. Cool. So we'll just fill this in with some junk and see what type of information we actually get back. So am I not preventing defaults? I thought I was. Let's see. I don't know if it's happening inside my submit method, but we could test that out. No, it's happening within one of our methods. Where are we? We'll just go into this. On submit. I honestly thought on submit would trigger no, because we're pushing it back into here. So we have to do it at this level. So we could do, yeah, there we go. That's what we have to do. There we go. Okay. I mean, still doing it. I am triggering it directly here. We're passing the call back outside our form builder, which I'm doing here on submit. Unless this submit bypasses everything.
let's try this. Let's make this an A tag, right? And let's see if this is what's causing it, because I'm preventing the defaults from happening. No, it's triggering it on the other forms. That is unintentional though. Alright, let's rethink this. Sets. On submit. Right. I think we need to create a closure. I believe we have something here that we could just copy. Right. We'll just yank this and just put it up there. I don't need you. Don't need you. There we go. And this is gonna be a non-focus event. This will be a focus event. And then we're going to do CB as ref, uncheck ref, and then we're going to do CB.forget. I think this is what we have to do. New callback to scope method. Well, can I just do this? Yeah, I knew it. Okay. right, we have that. This is a focus event. And then we just simply event that prevent defaults. Oh, it wants some. It wants some. There we go. All right, so now, perfect. Cool. So we have to add a closure, and then we have to do that. But we are definitely getting, this is a return call from in here. On submit. We could do self on submit. We could do an emit. Emitter. Right, and we have to clone it in here. Clone that emit. And then we'll just forward the event, I guess. And this should push it to our onSubmit event. Okay. Oh. Something didn't like that. Yeah, it's gonna make me clone this, isn't it? That's fine with me. It's the same object, so. Okay, so now we should be able to nope. Let me make sure I'm actually
doing what I think I'm doing. I could also be doing a loop. Or I could be destroying the scope by cloning it. And there's no way around that. Okay, so we have this. We should be getting our events here. I mean, I could technically link that callback message on form submits. This will change events. This, thanks for the follow, Vitamin. By its name developer. I don't know if I pronounced that right. By it. Yeah, it did not make it easier. The VJet's name? VJet's name? I don't know. Got you. Oh, welcome. I'm gonna call you VJ. VJet. I'll call you VJet. I'll call you Viet Dev, for sure. And then this guy will just be... Yeah, Neovim. Focus events. And then... Nice. I started the same time I started developing in Rust, so about 65 days ago. Actually, subtract 10 days because I was setting up my environment before I started using it. Yep, Rust. we have this. This should be good. Callback. Oh, I'm missing a. I maintain projects using TypeScript, JavaScript, Angular, React. I'm not really picky on the languages. I do have a lot of fun writing Rust though. Okay, so with that said, that means I could eliminate this guy, right? So I know I'm using Rust Neo LSP or Vim LSP with Rust tools, but I believe Rust tools is using the Rust analyzer. No, I'm on Windows. I'm breaking the fifth wall. I'm currently using what terminal? I'm using this guy right here. Windows PowerShell. Yep. I have so many jokes, but I'm not gonna say them. Nah, I'm playing. Yeah, it's totally fine. I used to use Arch, but I just gave up on all the configurations. I just use Windows now because it just supports everything for me. We could remove this guy now. I used to main Arch a while back. Yeah, you kind of have to nowadays. You kind of have to. No, not yet. I don't think my community is that big for Discord yet. Maybe one day. I do hop in other Twitch streamer Discords and just talk-ish. We got that. So we no longer need the unsubmit events here. But we do want to grab this guy. This is what is it? Synthwave 84 for Vim. And then here we'll convert the data using our utility. Form data, events. We still need the fields. I just changed all that for no reason. Damn it. Library for web server. So on Rust, I'm using Actix to handle all my routing. I don't know if that's what you mean. As for like real-time compilation, as I'm editing file front end, so whenever I do a save, it just automatically, recompiles all my Rust code. I'm also using Tailwind on the side to, get the perks of easily prototyping and styling DOM elements within my front end. So we're looking at a vector of string. Company. Info. Fields. Form. Field keys. Stack clone. And we'll just yank this a few times. Notification. And then password and security. Yeah, that's fine. DB, notification form. And then we could just simply copy this. Yeah, unfortunately now we're gonna have to move focus events, right? We'll keep it on one line just to keep things a little neater. Events. And then we'll do company fields. Gonna have to clone that. I don't know, this actually looks cleaner. Kind of like how this is instantiated a little. And then we'll just bring this guy here, which will be fields. Okay, so now we have our own callbacks that trigger this. It's a different way of thinking, but I think it gets the job done. Yeah, I knew this was gonna give me some sort of error. Fields have moved. Notification fields. Password fields. Okay. So now that's perfect. So now I should properly get the field values I need. Still not doing it. Form fields E. I have 3 monitors. I think they're 27-inch each, 4K. One is vertical, well, portrait mode, and then I have 2 that's landscape mode. Alright, so I think that's fine. We're not running into any more errors, but we're not triggering our on submit event, which we should be. We're triggering. Oh crap. Notification form. Password security form. We're actually gonna make this a button again. Button. Okay. I think I'm gonna run into a move error. Interesting. All right. Let's see. Outside. Inside. And then our trigger. Yeah, it's definitely a strange one. It has to be an issue with concurrency or the order of things. Because I should be triggering this. All right, outside, inside, outside, inside. We're triggering it multiple times for each of the individual forms, which is 3, but we're not getting our on submit action to trigger. Oh, I'm setting it, but I'm not triggering it. So I need to do elements, submits. Cool. think that fixed it right there. Okay, so we'll just fill this in with some junk. Oh boy. It's not even triggering my function here. Okay, just test it out with this guy on submit, link, callback. E, focus events. I'm not even. Oh, I need to pass something. We'll add a dummy one that doesn't do anything just to see if this is a solution. Nothing. Message. Nothing. Need the on submit event because that's the only event that provides me with all the form data.
Hmm. Is there another method here? Let's see. So we're dealing with HTML form. Set a set char, set action. I mean, let's set action. Thanks for the raid. What's your name? Chirpotickle? Chiropitickle? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'll call you Chi. Oh, Chiroptical. Say it 3 times, you got it. Chiroptical. Appreciate the raid, man. Really do. Appreciate it. What were you doing on your stream? Oh, nice. Is that a specific book, or is that like the Rust, one of the Rust books that the Rustlang website provides? Gotcha. It seems like fun times. Oh man. You know what they say, man, just owning one gives you like 10% of that knowledge. So just know you already have 10% of that knowledge in your head. Post, it's a string. I feel smarter. Look at all the books back there, man. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, well, for everyone joining, I'm here building out our account settings page, which allow the users or the customers to update like anything on their accounts. Right now I'm having trouble with how I'm receiving my form events. So I'm kind of troubleshooting it. I kind of built my own wrapper that auto-generates forms. Auto-generates forms based off the struct that you provided, and it'll just generate all the fields according to all the options you specified. So as you can see, it like the form builder has generated like all these separate forms. So now I'm trying to consolidate all the form data into one object, which I could use to send to our backend endpoint. So the app currently does this. So it's a work in progress. I'm working on the aesthetics right now and the components that I need to actually manage the app. But one of the first components I did develop out is this guy right here. And basically this is a widget, a feedback widget. Let me turn on my camera real quick. So for instance, so on the right side of my screen, you should see like a website.
essentially this is the dashboard, right? And this widget you see that's popped up right here will usually live on a company's website. So a company will have this in the bottom right corner. Someone could click on it to leave a feedback, a review, a testimony, what have you. It's whatever they want, whatever context the company wants to use. Right now I have it set up to display as a feedback widget, which allows visitors to leave feedback. So the major feature on this widget is video feedback, which allows people to come in and enter their name, their email, and again, it's a work in progress. Some of the icons are not valid. Like this is not my final icon, and the spacing here looks a little wonky. But once they submit it, they're presented with this this video widget, which allows them to actually record themselves. So since I'm streaming, my camera is attached to my OBS, so I can't really use it. But I could switch it to external camera through the settings, the device settings option. And once that enables, we should be good. And you'll see at the bottom, the microphone has, a gauge which allows you to identify if it's working or not, or whether or not you have to switch it to something that's actually active. In our case, we're utilizing the microphone for the video broadcast, and then we're utilizing our ESO webcam, which is my external Canon web camera, and I'm basically utilizing the webcam utility to just make it a webcam. And then from here, you can preview it. As you can see a little live preview of my camera. And then here, you'll be able to record yourself. So essentially, the user will have the option to record, leave a video feedback, and I've also given them the option to pause at any time, which will allow them to think about what to say next, and they could continue the recording. This is a continue recording. I'm just making some hand movements just so you can see the difference. There's also ability to edit those clips. So as they're saving those small segments within their recording, they could literally remove the last clip if they're not comfortable with what they said last, or they could undo that deletion, to revert it back. And then they have the option to preview, preview their video. Once they're comfortable with what they have, they could then submit it, and then that data gets submitted to the backend service, and the backend service stores it on the company's account, and then the company could come into their account to actually manage the video feedbacks or testimonies or what have you directly on their portal. So that's kind of what I have so far. Right now, we are working on the settings. I previously was working on I believe two streams ago, I was working on customer onboarding, basically the whole workflow process, which allows them to register and subscribe to a plan. That whole workflow is functioning now and ready to go. I have it connected to like Stripe, so now I could process payments. I could basically pull invoices, display the invoices, show the active subscriptions. We have all the endpoints already established, so all we have to do is kind of build the front end to actually utilize that and display that accordingly. But yeah, that's what I have so far right now. I'm fighting for Rust because the WebSys API doesn't have what I need to actually get the form data. So I have to reinvent the wheel or think outside the box, essentially, just to see what other ways we could grab that data. And that's where I'm at. So what we need to figure out is this outside, inside. So what I was doing was I was seeing if I could, let me save that and resave it, because right now it's submitting the form as if it was a get and not a post. Which doesn't matter, but... What's up, Burncell? I don't have any bang commands on yet. I probably should though. Yeah. All right, so now it actually submitted it. Oh yeah. So we need a. Elements, getter. It's fun. It's fun to say the least. It's challenging, you know. You're kind of for example, right now I'm running into an issue where I can't access the appropriate form submission event at the time I needed. So I'm kind of creating like some sort of callback mechanism to essentially retrieve that data. But it's fun to say the least. There's a few paradigms you have to learn, but I mean, that's with anything that you learn. I'm enjoying myself for sure. So we have here, I'm currently looking at the WebSys API just to see if there's some sort of method or API action I could take to trigger a submission without, well, submit a submission and prevent events from triggering. No, not yet. I might open source a few components. Like one component I may open source is, let's go to the marketing website. So I have a marketing website I'm working on right now. All right. So let's do main at me.co. Right. Just entering anything right now. This component right here, it's a Stripe element component. And I implemented a compatibility level layer on their current library that they provide to the open source community to implement on websites, and I kind of wrapped it up in a layer which allows you to communicate with their APIs and their actions upon like submitting the card information. So for example, this right here is not a field on my web server on my website. This is an iframe field that's coming from Stripe servers, which is then pushed to their web API, and they're handling all the security and, you know, all the what's the term I'm looking for? Obscurities. And basically, I'm building a compatibility layer on that form field. So I might open source that, and I might open source like the form builder, because I feel like it's a pretty useful tool. It's just kind of wonky. I want to build that out a little bit more before I release it. Like for instance, this right here is a main concern, because what if someone needs to submit the form manually without actually triggering a submit button within the form? Yeah, let's not preserve that right now. We cannot retrieve data from a specified element. That's definitely strange. I don't know why that's come. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong log. That's why. For the data set field of this object, this may be useful. Damn. I really don't think there's an option here. Yeah, I really need to set the on submit event. So I currently have, so by default, this function works. So by default, if I were to specify an on submit on my form builder utilizing a U callback. Thanks for the follow, Bruce. Oh, I mean Brune Cell. I read that too fast. So yeah, so I set up an on submit. Thanks for the follow, Isetsu. So on submit, I have the capability of setting on callback with the focus event, which is the standard on submit event for a form field, an HTML form element. Right? I'm basically passing that when someone clicks the submit button on the form. This form builder essentially builds the form context and the HTML, the VDOM association, and it passes it to whoever instantiates it. So I have a HTML, method here that builds the HTML and then outputs the HTML in a VDOM, and then I'm essentially hooking into different events for each field that I generate, so I can have a little bit more control. Let me just say that this is a little bit it's overbuilt, it's over engineered essentially, but
I'm building out all the functionalities that I believe I need, and as I come across like new functionalities that I need to implement, I'm implementing it. So there's a use case right now where I have multiple form fields that I've generated using a struct. So to give you an example of how that looks, so when I build out my forms, I provided I create my struct, right? Which is, let's say, company info, which is essentially these three objects right here, right? And then in each property or each field, I have a form field, and the form fields have a set of options that are basically either a vector or a static string, right? And then those fields are essentially the options that will populate each of the parameters on input. And then that will then translate into building out the HTML, which you see here. I don't know if you see it right here on the bottom right corner. It'll generate like all the wrapper, it'll generate the fields, it'll populate like the type, it'll generate a unique identifier for that field, it'll allow you to set an icon related to that field. So I have an icon towards the right. I just created like some sort of builder that allows me to streamline the process, so I don't have to like constantly write HTML for forms. I could just provide it a struct and options, field options. And then from here, I then instantiate, you know, the form builder. So form builder, I pass it an ID with a prefix of company info, and then I pass it the struct with all the form fields. And then this guy right here is the label for the submit field. But if I specify none, it'll hide the submit option, right? So you don't see it here. My idea is essentially on submit, on click of this button right here, I'm basically consolidating all the separate forms and populating, essentially populating a global state, well, a component state, right? That will have like all the appropriate values for each of the fields. And then I send that entire object to the server all at once in one payload. And to do so, I have to create some sort of mechanism. So this is the action that gets called, the callback that gets, you know, the actor that gets called when I click on the update setting button. And what will happen is I'm basically cloning all the key fields, right, in a way where my form builder could interpret. I'm then triggering my submit method within my form builder, which will then, you know, in theory, you know, unwrap the elements, set up the actual element type so I could access the appropriate APIs. And then here I'm doing kind of a closure, right, to kind of implement the events prevents defaults. It's not working. So what's happening now is, my theory was I would be able to hook into the original on submit action and then just trigger the on submit function. But what's going on is the on submit function is not taking account of my events prevent defaults, which is causing the whole page to reset, which I don't want. I don't want the page to refresh at all. It should just be, you know, it should receive the object. It should receive the object and send the data accordingly. So that's kind of what I'm running into. Because, I mean, there might be a better way, I just can't think of it. I may just have to sit on it, but I'm calling the submit action because I need to be able to gather, consolidate the form fields, the form values. And the way to do that is, first of all, there's no API available to just get the form data, which sucks because originally there should be, you know, there should be a get form data option. There's just like form data. Yeah, exactly. There should be an API for that. Maybe there is. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong.
because really the form data API should be available on the form. You see, I may, let me see something. New with form. Huh. Do I have to bring this guy in? Yeah. Let's see. This could be the solution that I need. Because this will eliminate a lot of my extra code. Because this doesn't feel clean to me. Let's see. This might actually be the trick. I'm actually confident this will do the trick. All right, let's bring that in. So really, I shouldn't even have to do this. All right, let's just worry about one for now. So in this case, I kind of need to set the form object. Actually, you know what? We'll make it easier. We're gonna copy this guy because this is exactly what we need. Right. This should be fine. Now we have our object here. So we should have access to form data now, right? New with form element. Data. What object is this? The results can be form data and JS values. So now I have to convert that. Let's first see what this gives us. All right, I think that may be good. We just have to figure out how to something errored out. What was that? No, it's successful. It's successful. Cool. Okay, let's see what this gives us. Let's disable preserve log. So we are getting the form data. So it's a matter of see how we could format this into either a hash map
So this should be, let's unwrap this just to see what we have access to. It's already a piece of form data. Get all will give me what? I mean, it should have keys. It may make sense to do this. Did that load? No, it's still compiling. One of the pitfalls. Okay. So I have some API calls here. Get all. Get all requires a field. This name string, why am I going to provide it a string? Actually, this may be fine because we get it. We have the index already. We'll just have to loop through the forms and just set this. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. So this will just be results. What's the object here? No. I'm just gonna type this in just so I could come here. There we go. It's a result. That's not helpful. We'll just use JS value. We'll just do this. Yeah, that's fine. And then I'm positive this is gonna exist regardless. I'm not too worried, so I'm just gonna go for it and unwrap this. It has to exist at this point. Actually, this is doc. We'll just do that. Okay. Construct form data. What are you talking about? Expect to struct JS value found form data. What else? We're gonna let's see what we got. So we have this guy. So this form data. See, I wasn't sure that I could do that. It might be a vec. Vec tuple string. Oh, I spelled the vec wrong. Let's try this, because I do need to iterate over a set fields. Yeah, let me iterate over it. I think that makes sense. Hold on. For fields in company info fields. You think so? All right. up, potatoes? Unchecked into. I feel dirty doing that. So get data. It's an object. Expected struct found form data. Okay. I mean, actually, I think I'm gonna do that. Dynamic into, right? We'll dynamically convert that to an object. Unsafe, unwrapped, unchecked. Yeah, I just feel weird doing that. But let's do this. Into iterate. I'm assuming it's gonna be the, hold on, what's the error? Expected. Oh. Yeah, it's... I'd rather it scream at me on compilation than, than on runtime. Into iterator. Hold on, let's return that. Let's save that real quick. I don't think this is right. Oh, I'm even doing this wrong. Hold on. For in. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, there's still an error. What are we looking for? Okay, I think we're going somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere. So I'm gonna do a quick log. right? And we're just gonna print this out. We should be able to see what we're actually getting this time. If push comes to shove, I kind of like me calling get and then iterating over that and using actually, let's see what this gives us. Let's see what this gives us. I'm actually gonna do that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna literally iterate over within the get data and create a hash map. And then I pass it out because I just want to normalize the data. Or I could pass the type I want it to be converted within the method, and then it'll automatically do that serialization. That's actually that's probably better. All right, let's see. I like that. I'm gonna do that. All right, so we have this. This is form data. All right. So we have our form data. We could do for key in well, because it's not giving me a form data. I tried doing this. Let's see. Form data. Well, let's go through this here first. So field keys, right? Value. Form data. Oh, it looks like it's working. Key. Log. Info. Yeah, if I build the data based off of a type I provided, I think that would be optimal. So I could just provide that. And then I have to make sure this has a serialization from option. Here, do. Is that how you do it? Or serialization option. I think I just... No. I'll figure it out after. Okay.
Okay. All right, so we're getting what we need. So we could essentially use the key and value to build our object. So now it's just a matter of passing it a type and then serializing it. It's saying it moved. Yeah, I think that did the trick. So we'll do honestly, since it's a string, no, we kind of need this. What are we listening to? I mean, it's not bad, but okay. Just so I can have that there. All right. So now we need to pass it a type. I think normalizing would be the best way, because then I could use start date to serialize it into an object. So I think just passing a hash map will be fine. Response. Is there insert? Yeah, it's insert. And then we have our key and then our value. Damn, but it's a JS value. I don't want it to be a JS value. Is there an inner option into inner? I mean, I could probably just do this. And then just pass response. Sure. There is an error. As JS string. Other types to implement traits. Really? The more you know. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with all their APIs. It's like something I have to like go through to basically learn all the ins and outs. Like if I run into an issue, I learn it there. And then we'll do, it should be already a string. Strange. It's all good, man. I'm still learning it. Cannot borrow immutable. What are you talking about? Cannot borrow immutable. Oh. In the back of my head, I actually was thinking that when I was writing, I'm like, should I add a mute here? Yeah, I like this better because we're kind of normalizing it. And then we should really worry about serialization outside of here because we don't know in what context we're using the form builder in. I mean, I could also pass a generic type here. And then pass itself. I feel like I'm in some Will Smith fantasy. Getting jiggy with it. Alright, so we have that. That's returning that. This is a hash map, so let's just go ahead and all right. So now I can kind of merge these three hash maps and then serialize the final object. I'm all for that. This looks nice. Oh, I don't think y'all are seeing what I'm seeing. There we go. Okay, so we've kind of normalized that data. And that means curious. That's exactly what I was about to search. Extend. This doesn't feel right, but it kind of feels right. I don't know if I should do this. Whatever.
I spelt it as GATS data. Does it allow chaining of extends? Yeah. Password. This doesn't feel like a good pattern. A good pattern to use, but this just feels cool just to what exactly the extending? Yeah, it was not intentional at all. Going with the flow. So set the first data. Takes a mute self. Oh. What? Hold on. Oh no, it was not intentional. I was typing too fast. Type mismatch resolving. Extend takes a mute self, so set the data first. Damn it. Yeah, that I didn't want to do that. Whatevs. Well, I'll rename it. Yeah, I'm just gonna break it down then, and then just create a hash map object and just merge it all together then. I was just trying to be lazy and like merge it all together without having to like build an object beforehand. Oh no, that's what I wanted. Yeah, I was just trying to be lazy. Probably should do this though. Still giving me an error. Expected. Oh, got you. I mean, I'm already doing this. And I think this looks a lot like, it looks better to interpret. It looks cleaner to read. Got you. Yeah, so just basically doing this. Mute. Unfortunate. So it took in, I don't see update and new features. So if the key exists, if Twitch added support for code formatting, are you trying to say my formatting sucks? I mean, I could do a quick hard go format, but I'll have to push to my repo first. We'll just do this. I don't think we're going to use it. Oh, like a little code markdown. All right, let me test that theory though. So I should only get back, I should get back all my input fields and only marketing. Yeah. That means my object is going to have an option for those fields. And I'm going to have to make those options optional on my endpoint. All right. So that's pretty good. So I technically should start pulling in the data on page load, just so we have the data like set already, and then allow them to edit it accordingly. This is probably not appropriate UI because the user may not be all the way scrolled down. So I may have to create a different way. I mean, I could possibly background white, adding 1 EM, right? Border radius 1 pixel, position absolute. Oh no. Position right, bottom, zero, and then we offset it to the top. And it should only be active if the field is actually focused. So what I could do is we could do field wrap, input, focus, and then we could do span, UL, display, block. Then we could set a defaults. Display none. Kind of like that. And then we could do I like that. All right, so let's implement that. I wonder if there's a CSS rule. Just gonna copy this just to have it, but I'm gonna utilize Tailwind to handle that. Okay. I wonder if there's yeah, no, that's not useful. All right, so we're not gonna do that. I'll probably hide it or add a class to it as if it's active or not. All right. Actually, we'll just do this. Put this here. UL. Text. I mean, really? It should... No, I think text is fine for now. I'm like thinking whether this is a good idea. I think it is. Don't know. Oh, I didn't like what I did. Expected pseudo class. BG whites, padding, we'll just do 3, rounded, sure, medium, absolutes, bottom 80 pixels. And then we'll just do block. We'll do apply, hidden. All right. I don't think it's liking my focus. Really? Oh, I see where the issue is. Right there. Oh, we're still running into one issue. If the B class does not exist. Oh, yeah, because it's not B, it's bottom. Cool. All right, so this should, it didn't do crap. I am editing the right one, right? Front end main. Yeah, that seems right. So we're dealing with field wrapper, the input, focus, span,
try doing this again. I mean, it's right there. Type text. Well, that's not what I want to focus. I want this to focus. That's focused. Oh yeah, that's strange. Did I push it by accident? Appreciate that, dogs, for letting me know. Yeah, you're totally right. Yes. It's been a long day. We'll yank this, paste this here, remove focus. It's Rust. I'm using Rust for front end, back end, everything. Focus password. Oh, I mean, I could show you. I could show you what libraries. I mean, standard Actix, you know, to handle routing. Sarday, like I guess the basic things. Postgres. Some of the like extension and features for it. We have Tokyo requests, so I could call APIs from within my backend. Standard stuff. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, I literally just went to the like that main benchmark website everyone goes to, and I just literally looked at all like the IO and all the Exhume. Exhume Rust. I'm assuming this is like a backend framework. Yeah. This is got you. This is scary right here. It's still in its infancy, so it's like a small version increase could break your entire app. I might hold off on using this on a project just yet. I mean, it has a lot of the same stuff. Yeah, I actually, it's funny we bring this up. So as you could tell, I came from like an Angular and C# background, because the way my folders are structured. But so with Actix, I basically set up my controllers, my routes. I basically segmented them based off of what they're supposed to do, and I've created like this architecture, this pattern, that allows me to instantiate multiple routes, instantiate the method, and then any route handling I need to do thereafter, and also associated like some sort of authenticator, which is standard with Actix. But I'm not using like the basic, I'm adding a layer of abstraction just so I can organize my code a little bit better and keep things like separate. So I'm like kind of instantiating and building out the routes using the method register route within my struct. I don't know if that's like normal. I didn't see it in any of the documentations. I kind of gravitated to that pattern. You might know more about that. Yes. I wasn't really sure if that's like what people generally do in this case. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't really sure when I put this together. I was trying to say like, how could I reuse a lot of this stuff without having to like create a lot of noise within my code? I did a lot of things that people probably didn't do. Like I built a database wrapper for Postgres, Tokyo Postgres, which is pretty hilarious because I could probably use SQLX. So essentially, like, I created like this whole this object, right, that allows me to build queries for SQL by simply instantiating like types, operators, enums. Gotcha. Yeah, like I'm doing something like this. Like, let's go into one of my services real quick. A simple one, get account by ID. So I'm like, I built like this wrapper that I provided the table name, I instantiate a where, and then I add conditions to my where. I could say, let's create a condition that for equals, and basically say what's the operator you want to use after the fact, and I say and. So if I add multiple, it'll take account all those, all the conditions I add, and then pass it a field and value. And then I created pagers. I just built this from scratch. And like someone brought up to me Diesel and like SQLX after the fact. I'm like, damn, I should have probably went with something like that. Yeah. I may have to like rework like how I'm calling my database overall, because I don't know, it looks cool, but that's what I'm saying. When I built it, that's my first thought. I'm like, Like, how am I gonna learn this language just by using all these libraries, you know? So I just started building things from scratch. But it's definitely enticing, you know, like attractive to use those libraries, because it just lets you like iterate over things fairly fast. Yeah, for sure. All right, good, because I thought it was crazy for going and approaching this the way I did. That's how I usually handle it, though. Like, for anything I learn, I just try to build things from scratch and not like use like pre-built things. I am using Tokyo. Like, I could have technically built my own like HTTP clients and gone a level lower and just, you know, built out the app that way. But I mean, there's some things that I would build and some things I won't. So where do we leave off? All right, so we're here. We have our objects. Yeah, we're trying to figure out why this is not getting the right class. I just feel like I have to rebuild this. Yeah, I do too. But I know a few people that will opt in to build their own HTTP, you know, clients or HTTP server. You know, just using like the standard library and TCP protocol and all that extra stuff. All right, that actually worked. No, it didn't work out when the compiler broke it, but I think it is working again now. Wait, so are you talking about when you're like um, watching or using Cargo Watch? Do you have something that doesn't recompile all the crates? Is that what you're saying? I'm a little confused. Display error list hidden. Why are you showing up on? Oh, that makes sense though. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Shadow medium. There's something going on. It's not adding my error classes. I mean, it has the class error. Oh, did I not bring over my styling for that? Interesting. Do you have that open source? Oh, here we go. Thought I brought these in. Must have forgotten to bring this in. Oh.
Border red. Yeah. Span. This looks familiar though. Got you. Seems interesting. It seems really useful. Like, essentially, you don't have to reference... The idea is not to reference the crates at the top of your file. Set that idea. It'll just automatically know what you're trying to import into your code. I didn't bring all of them in. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm constantly having to do GA to auto add the imports. I mean, it's not an issue, but it does look kind of ugly at the top once you have like a lot of imports. Okay. All right, this should be a bit better. Oh man, the outline is there. Error. Gotcha. Makes a lot of sense. I can see the practicality in that. So the only thing missing is this, when this is empty. I mean, technically, the field is not air. Okay, so oh, that's an easy fix. I could use CSS for that. So we're kind of doing that here. So we do field wrapper input not error plus span plus dot error list. I need to install something to auto format my CSS because it's not taking my tabs properly. And I could just simply apply hidden. And that should do the trick. I may have to compile this again.
inputs. Focus. Right. And then maybe bang it. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, that's better. Cool. All right, that works. Perfect. We should only display the error if the error is present, if there's errors. And if they don't type anything, there shouldn't be an error list that populates. Okay. I kind of like it at the top better. Appreciate it, man, and welcome to the stream, man. I really appreciate you just I can't even speak right now. Stopping by. It's been a long day. I've already been streaming for 5 days, 5 hours. Words, what are they? Test 1, 2, 3, 4. One symbol. There we go. All right, cool. Then that should be properly being passed when I do that. Yep. Cool. Okay. Appreciate the follow, JM. All right, so the next step is to actually pull in this data from our database. So we're gonna have to build a query. And then this will just simply be, let's go to our backend. Yeah, we're gonna have to go to my models first. Yeah, I feel like I have an account setting object already.
Appreciate the follow, Rem. Remission. What's up, AJ? To string on string literals. String literals, like, let me see. Those in fields, yeah. Again, I built this like on the fly, so I could have literally probably wrapped this in actual, you know, in a string, and then I probably didn't need to do string. It's just I wanted to return a vector string object when I was constructing this. But it's probably not needed. Again, I want to emphasize I started programming Rust in the last 65 days. 65 days ago, I started. So, like when I first started, I was kind of like bootstrapping a lot of stuff just to get an idea of what to do. So there's probably places where I could optimize. Got you. But there's probably better ways of doing this. Like I could probably even use Sarday, you know, and then like map the object into a hash map and then grab the keys, you know, instead of me actually like building out the fields. There's definitely probably better ways for me to actually approach this. Yeah, I'm actually thinking, I want to think about this a little bit more, because I'm already using account settings, and if I could just build an object that I'm going to be able to reuse, just one simple object that I could reuse in multiple places, I would rather do that than having to build out multiple, you know, account setting structures. I don't want to build another structure. I want to repurpose this one and reuse it. But I just want to make sure that I'm doing it correctly. So I'm gonna think about this a little bit longer. I've been streaming for about 5 hours, so I'm pretty beat. I think I am gonna call it right here. We did get a lot done. We got all the form data being pulled into one hash map, and we could repurpose that and send it to our API endpoint, and then, you know, do whatever we need to do with it, and essentially update our database, and implement some styling and, you know, form adjustments. So I think this is a good place to stop. I will be back on tomorrow. I usually come back on between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern. so I'm usually on between those 2 hours. So catch me then. Hope you guys stop by again. I really appreciate everyone joining and talking, and just sharing your insight in general, because I'm still learning. I know there's other people out there learning as well. But I think I'm gonna go ahead and raid someone. Who should we raid? I mean, CM Griffin is on. I've been rating him back to back. But he's a cool streamer. He's currently working on a side project. So I'll see you guys later. We're gonna raid CM Griffin. Did that not work? Interesting. It's not letting me do it. Well, I'm gonna log off. I hope everyone has a good time, a good day.